Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the eternal mountain, where rivers of molten metal flowed through ancient stone veins, Grimborn Songforge stood before his greatest creation. The forge's heart fire cast dancing shadows across the workshop walls, where countless failed attempts hung like silent witnesses to his decades-long quest. But this time was different. This time, he had finally done it. The sword floating in the enchanted crucible before him pulsed with an inner light that seemed to draw in the very essence of creation itself. Its surface rippled like liquid starlight, never quite settling into a fixed form, as if it couldn't decide which reality it preferred to inhabit. Grimborn's weathered hands, marked by centuries of burns and scars, trembled as he reached for the blade. 50 years of solitude, of endless experimentation with metals that shouldn't exist and enchantments that defied the laws of nature, had led to this moment. The last master smith of the Eternal Mountain was about to complete his masterpiece. A shadow moved. The ancient dwarf's instincts, honed by centuries of protecting his craft, screamed a warning but too late. A figure seemed to materialize from the darkness itself, moving with impossible grace. Moonlight hair framed a face of ethereal beauty, marred only by a thin scar that traced from left temple to jaw. Silveria, the infamous elven assassin, known as the Shadowdancer, stood before him with an unnatural stillness that made even the forge's flames seem to hold their breath. "Master Songforge," she said, her voice as soft as falling snow, "your reputation does you justice." "The sword calls to me even from across the room." Grimborn's hand inched toward his hammer, but Silveria's smile stopped him. "Please don't. We both know how that would end, and it would be such a waste of your talents." Her eyes never left the floating sword. "I've come for your masterpiece, Smith. The question is whether you'll survive this encounter. What happened next would be debated in tavern tales for years to come." Some said Grimborn tried to destroy the sword rather than let it be taken. Others claimed Silveria's magic proved stronger than dwarven craft. The truth was both simpler and more complex. The sword chose that moment to pulse with unprecedented power, sending both dwarf and elf sprawling as it tore itself free from its magical containment. When Grimborn regained consciousness, both Silveria and the sword were gone. For the first time in 50 years, the master smith of the Eternal Mountain stepped outside his forge into a world he barely recognized. The chase led him through lands transformed by decades of isolation. The great forest had grown wild and strange, and the old alliances between races had fractured in ways he couldn't have imagined. But Grimborn was nothing if not persistent, tracking the sword's unique magical signature through ancient dwarven wayposts that still recognized his blood. He caught up with Silveria in the ruins of Starfall, where the remains of an ancient elven city pierced the clouds like broken teeth. The assassin sat calmly at the base of a crumbling tower, the sword laid across her knees, her expression troubled. "It's not what you think," she said before Grimborn could speak. "The sword. It showed me things. Terrible things. There's something sleeping under your mountain, Master Smith. Something ancient. Something hungry Grimborn felt the truth of her words resonate with fears he'd long ignored, the strange dreams that had guided his crafting, the whispers that had led him to create this particular blade. "What did you see?" "A titan of the old world," Silveria answered, her usual grace giving way to urgency. "It sleeps beneath the eternal mountain, and there are those who would wake it. The circle of midnight renegade mages who believe they can control its power to reshape reality itself. They guided your hands through dreams, shaped my path through rumor and circumstance, all to create the key they needed, the sword pulsed between them, its light now seeming less like starfire and more like a warning beacon." Grimborn's mind raced through centuries of dwarven lore, finding fragments of truth in ancient warnings about what lay beneath the mountain's roots. A sound like distant thunder rolled through the ruins, but the sky above remained clear. "They're coming," Silveria said, rising with fluid grace. "The circle has tracked us both. We have a choice to make, Master Smith. Stand together, or watch everything we know be unmade." Grimborn looked at the elf, really looked at her, and saw past the assassin's reputation to the warrior beneath. "I didn't spend 50 years crafting that blade to have it used for destruction," he growled. "Show me these mages who think they can manipulate a master smith of the eternal mountain." What followed was a battle that would have made the bards weep, had any survived to witness it. Silveria moved like living shadow, her deadly grace complementing Grimborn's centuries of combat experience. The circle of midnight came with fire and shadow, but they found themselves facing an alliance they couldn't have predicted: dwarven craft and elven stealth, working in perfect harmony. Yet even as they fought, the ground beneath them trembled with growing intensity. The sword's power had awakened something, started a chain reaction that couldn't be stopped. The Titan was stirring. In the end, it came down to a choice. The sword had been crafted to channel the essence of creation itself, and now Grimborn understood why he'd been guided to make it so. Not to wake the Titan, but to bind it anew. The blade must be sacrificed, he said, even as his heart ached at the thought. Its power used not to destroy or control, but to reinforce the ancient seals. Silveria nodded, understanding in her eyes. "Then let's give them a finale worthy of legend." Together, they fought their way back to the Eternal Mountain, leading the surviving members of the Circle on a desperate chase. In the deepest forge, where the mountain's heart beat with molten power, they made their stand. Grimborn took up his hammer one final time, and Silveria added her ancient elven magic to his craft. The sword's sacrifice lit up the mountain like a second sun, its power redirected to strengthen the bonds that held the Titan in its ageless sleep. The circle of midnight schemes crumbled to ash, their power broken by the very force they had sought to control. In the aftermath, as dwarf and elf stood in the quiet forge, Grimborn found himself laughing for the first time in decades. "Well, Shadowdancer, it seems I'll have to start again. Unless you'd care to stay and offer your unique perspective on my next creation." Silveria's smile held a hint of her old dangerous grace, but there was warmth in it now. "I suppose someone needs to keep you from accidentally forging any more keys to apocalyptic power, and so began a partnership that would become legend, the Master Smith and the Shadowdancer, whose combined talents would create wonders that neither could have achieved alone." The Eternal Mountain's forges blazed with new purpose, crafting not weapons of war, but tools to bridge the ancient divides between their peoples. The sword that could have unmade the world became a tale told in both dwarven halls and elven forests, a reminder that the greatest power often lies not in the weapon itself, but in the choices made by those who wield it. Story 2. The crystal spires of Luminara pierced the dawn sky like ancient swords, their surfaces reflecting the morning light in 1,000 shimmering colors. Yet, beneath this dazzling display, Celeste Lightweaver felt a discordant note in the city's song of power, a whisper of wrongness that had grown steadily stronger over the past months. As she stood in the Chamber of Harmonies, her slender elven fingers traced the intricate patterns of the arcane matrix, the massive crystalline structure that had powered the city's magical infrastructure for centuries. The whisper had become a scream. "The readings cannot be correct," muttered Archmage Valorian, his usually composed features twisted with concern as he studied the pulsing lines of power. "The Matrix has maintained perfect harmony for over 500 years." Celeste closed her eyes, extending her diplomatic senses, a gift passed down through generations of her family. Beyond the surface beauty of Luminara's magic, she felt something dark and ancient stirring, like a serpent uncoiling in the depths. "This is no mere mechanical failure," she said softly. "There's a pattern to the disruption. Almost like words in a language I can almost understand." The revelation had come to her 3 days ago, after weeks of poring over ancient texts and consulting with both elven sages and human scholars. The truth had been hidden in plain sight, encoded in the very architecture of the city's oldest districts, a dwarven curse laid into the foundations of Luminara during the last Alliance War, when the great dwarven kingdoms fell. The curse had slept for centuries, contained by the very magic it sought to corrupt. But something had awakened it, and now it spread through the matrix like poison through veins, turning harmony to discord, light to shadow. In the libraries of the diplomatic corps, Celeste discovered mentions of a lone survivor from the dwarven clan responsible for the curse, Thorum Ironweave, who had chosen exile over death when his people's final gambit failed. According to rumors, he still lived in the forbidden depths, the maze-like tunnels beneath the city that had once been a dwarven stronghold. It was there that Celeste now found herself, 3 levels below the glittering streets of Luminara, where the air grew thick with the weight of centuries. Her witch-like orb cast dancing shadows on walls carved with ancient dwarven runes, many defaced by time and violence. "You're either very brave or very foolish to come here." Elf, the voice emerged from the darkness like rough stone grinding against rough stone. Thorum Ironweave stepped into the light, his beard braided with strips of metal, his eyes gleaming with an intelligence that belied his barbaric appearance. "Though perhaps both, considering the circumstances, you know why I'm here," Celeste said, keeping her voice steady despite the rapid beating of her heart. "The curse your clan laid its awakening. If we don't stop it, Luminara will fall." Thorum's laugh held no humor. "And why should I care about the fate of a city built on the bones of my people? The curse was our final gift to those who betrayed us, who drove us from our halls and claimed them as their own. Because the curse is not what you think," Celeste pressed. "I've studied the patterns of corruption. There's something else at work here, something that predates even the dwarven kingdoms. The curse was meant to be a weapon, yes, but it's awakened something far worse, an ancient entity that feeds on discord between our peoples." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Thorum's weathered features. "Speak plainly, diplomat," and so Celeste shared what she had learned. How the entity had been imprisoned deep beneath the earth ages ago by an alliance of all races. How it had whispered dreams of revenge into the minds of Thorum's ancestors, guiding them to create a curse that would eventually free it. The very hatred that had driven the dwarves to create the curse had been weaponized against them, against all of them. As if in response to her words, a deep tremor ran through the tunnels. In the distance, crystals that had glowed with clean light for centuries began to pulse with a sickly purple radiance. "Time grows short," Celeste said. "Help me reach the heart of the curse. You know these tunnels better than anyone alive. Together, we might have a chance to make things right." For a long moment, Thorum stood silent, the weight of centuries of hatred and grief visible in his stance. Then slowly he nodded. Not for Luminara, he growled, but for the truth, and for the memory of my people, who deserved better than to be pawns in some ancient evil's game. Their journey deeper into the forbidden depths became a descent into history itself. They passed through grand halls where dwarven craftsmen had once worked wonders in stone and metal, now silent save for the echoes of their footsteps. Celeste's diplomatic training helped her decode the runes they encountered, while Thorim's intimate knowledge of dwarven architecture guided them through collapsed passages and around deadly traps. But they were not alone in the depths. Shadow things skittered at the edges of their light, growing bolder as they descended. The corruption was strongest here, turning the very air thick and metallic with malevolent power. Finally, they reached a vast circular chamber dominated by a black crystal obelisk that pulsed with the same sickly light they'd seen above. Ancient runes spiraled around its surface, dwarven curse script intertwined with something far older and more sinister. The heart of it all, Thorim breathed. The curse anchor my ancestors created. But these other markings, his eyes widened with horror as he recognized the truth in Celeste's words. The entity made its move then, manifesting as a writhing mass of shadow and malice around the obelisk. Its voice echoed in their minds, promising power, vengeance, the fulfillment of their deepest desires if only they would turn on each other, maintain the hatred that had fed it for so long. But in that moment, something remarkable happened. Celeste reached out and grasped Thorim's hand, her elven magic mingling with his deep connection to stone and earth. Light blazed between them, not the artificial radiance of the Matrix, but something older and pure, the natural harmony that had existed between their peoples before hatred and fear drove them apart. Together, they began to unravel the curse, not by destroying it, but by transforming it. The dwarven runes of vengeance became declarations of peace. The ancient bindings were renewed and strengthened. The entity howled in rage as its prison was reinforced, sealed now not by force alone, but by the united will of elf and dwarf. The obelisk shattered, and with it, the corrupting influence that had threatened Luminara. In the aftermath, as they made their way back to the surface, Thorim spoke of remaining in the forbidden depths, not as an exile this time, but as a guardian and a bridge between worlds. Celeste knew that the path ahead would not be easy. Centuries of mistrust could not be erased in a single day, but they had made a beginning. In the years that followed, the forbidden depths gradually became known simply as the Lower City, as dwarven craftsmen returned to their ancestral halls. The matrix of Luminara was rebuilt, incorporating both elven magic and dwarven runecraft, stronger for the union of both traditions. And in the Chamber of Harmonies, a new monument was raised, a crystal sculpture showing an elf and a dwarf standing back to back, their joined hands raised against the darkness, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies not in power or vengeance, but in the courage to reach across ancient divides and forge something new from the broken pieces of the past. Story 3. The throne room of Ravencross cast long shadows in the dying light, its obsidian walls seeming to drink in the last rays of the setting sun. Queen Morgana Ravenspire stood before the ancient shadow glass, her father's crown weighing heavily upon her brow. The massive mirror, said to reflect truths hidden from mortal eyes, had been silent for 10 years since the day the legendary Raven King had fallen in battle. Or so they had all believed. But tonight, as the red moon rose over the Shadowlands, the glass rippled like dark water, and Morgana saw her father's face. He was imprisoned, not dead, trapped in a realm of endless twilight by creatures that had once been his allies. The truth struck her like a physical blow. The dark pact that had protected Ravencross for generations had been a a carefully crafted cage meant to ensnare not just any soul, but the soul of a king who carried ancient magic in his blood. "The Night Court has betrayed us," whispered Lord Chancellor Blackthorn, his ancient face pale in the mirror's glow. "The shadow creatures we thought served the crown." They were waiting all along. Morgana's hand tightened on the hilt of Duskbringer, her father's sword that had chosen her as its new wielder. "Then we shall show them the folly of betraying the Ravenspire line," she declared. But even as the words left her lips, she knew it wouldn't be so simple. The path to saving her father led her to the forbidden archives beneath the castle, where texts spoke of the dark elves, not the corrupted monsters of children's tales, but a proud race that had mastered the arts of shadowcraft and necromancy. Among them was Prince Darius Shadowvile, once her father's closest ally among the dark elves, now living in self-imposed exile for reasons none fully understood. Finding him proved both easier and more dangerous than expected. He waited for her in the Twilight Gardens, where ghost flowers bloomed in eternal dusk. His silver hair seemed to absorb the ambient light, and his eyes held centuries of regret. "I wondered when you would come, daughter of my old friend," he said, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "You've seen him, haven't you? In the shadow glass? You knew?" Morgana's blade was at his throat before she could think, but Darius didn't flinch. "I knew the moment they took him. I've spent 10 years trying to find a way to break the binding without destroying both our realms." He gently pushed the sword aside. "The Dark Court's betrayal goes deeper than you know, Queen of Ravens. Your father discovered a truth they had kept hidden for millennia, the source of their power, and the price of the shadows they command. The truth, when it emerged, shook the foundations of everything Morgana had believed about her kingdom's history. The shadow magic that protected Ravencross hadn't been freely given by the Dark Court. It had been stolen from the Dark Elves centuries ago, in a betrayal that had nearly destroyed their civilization. The Dark Court were not allies but parasites, feeding off the ancient power while keeping both humans and Dark Elves bound in carefully constructed lies. The prophecy speaks of 3 keys, Darius explained as they delved into the forgotten catacombs beneath Ravencross. The blood of a true king freely given. The shadowcraft of an exile, wielded in redemption. And the blade that bridges twilight and dawn. He looked meaningfully at Duskbringer. Their journey into the Shadow Realm was a descent into nightmare. Reality shifted like smoke, and memories took physical form around them. They fought creatures born of regret and betrayal, navigating a landscape that reflected the darkest corners of both their people's histories. In the heart of the Shadow Realm, they found the Raven King suspended in a cage of living darkness, his power being slowly drained to fuel the Dark Court's immortality. But they also found something else, the truth about Darius's exile. He hadn't fled in shame, he'd positioned himself as a guardian, watching and waiting for the moment when prophecy and opportunity aligned. The battle that followed would be sung about for generations, though few would know the true story. Morgana's blade, enhanced by Darius's shadowcraft, cut through the Dark Court's illusions. The Raven King's power, rather than being drained, had been slowly transforming the very nature of his prison, turning the Dark Court's cage into a weapon against them. But victory came at a price. The only way to break the Dark Court's power was to shatter the ancient bindings completely, and with them, the protective shadows that had kept Ravencross safe for centuries. Darius offered his own life force as anchor, a sacrifice to ensure the transition wouldn't destroy both realms. Morgana refused to accept another noble sacrifice. Instead, she did something unprecedented. She offered the Dark Elves a true alliance, not built on subjugation and stolen power, but on mutual trust and shared strength. Duskbringer, the blade that bridged twilight and dawn, became the symbol of their new pact. The Raven King was freed, but he returned to find his kingdom transformed. The shadows remained, but they were different now, not a cage or a stolen power, but a freely given gift that flowed between both peoples. The obsidian walls of Ravencross now shimmered with traces of starlight, and in the twilight gardens, new flowers bloomed that combined the beauty of both day and night. Darius did not return to his people as their prince, but remained in Ravencross as an ambassador and advisor, helping to heal centuries of mistrust. And Morgana, though she offered to return the crown, was confirmed by both her father and her people as Queen Regnant of a new age, one where shadows were not feared, but understood as part of the eternal dance between light and darkness. In the years that followed, travelers would speak in wonder of Ravencross, where dark elves and humans walked together in gardens of ghost flowers, and where the Queen of Ravens held court with a shadow prince at her right hand and a legendary king at her left. They said that on nights when the red moon rose, you could still see echoes of ancient magic in the obsidian walls, not the fearsome power of the dark court, but something deeper and truer, the power of choices made in darkness, and bonds forged in the spaces between shadow and light. Story 4. High above the world, where clouds danced with spires of crystalline glass, the city of Etherspire floated like a dream made manifest. Its towers spiraled impossibly upward, their surfaces refracting sunlight into rainbow cascades that painted the sky. At the heart of this magnificent feat of magical engineering, young Aldrich Windweaver stood before the Orb of Storms, his hands trembling with both excitement and fear. Today was his initiation as its new guardian, a role his family had held for 7 generations. The orb pulsed with an inner light that seemed alive, its swirling surface reflecting the countless storms contained within. Around him, the celestial chamber hummed with power, its ancient mechanisms maintaining Etherspire's position among the clouds. "Are you prepared to take the oath of guardianship?" Archmage Celestra asked, her silver robes rippling with enchanted winds. The assembled members of the Order of Celestial Mages watched in solemn silence, their expressions unreadable behind their ceremonial masks. But before Aldrich could respond, something strange happened. As his fingers touched the orb's surface for the ritual binding, its stormy depths cleared for just a moment, and he saw them ancient eyes gazing back at him, filled with pain and fury. The vision was accompanied by a sound that shook his very soul, the mournful cry of a dragon. The ceremony continued, but Aldrich's mind was elsewhere. That night, unable to sleep, he slipped through the lesser-used corridors of the celestial spire, following traces of magic he'd never noticed before. The path led him to a hidden chamber deep within the city's foundations, where ancient machinery merged with crystalline growths in strange and beautiful patterns. There he met Nyx Stormchaser, though she nearly killed him before he could explain himself. The dragon hunter turned conservationist had been investigating Etherspire for months, tracking what she called echoes of pain that rippled through the air currents around the city. "The orb isn't what they told us it was," Aldrich whispered, his mage light casting strange shadows on the crystal walls. I saw dragons in there. Their essence, their power, their souls," Nyx finished grimly. Her scarred face reflected centuries of knowledge about dragons that went far beyond hunting them. "The orb is a prison, young mage. Your precious floating city is powered by the eternal torment of the most ancient and noble creatures ever to grace our skies. The truth, when they uncovered it, was more terrible than either had imagined. The original architects of Etherspire had captured 5 elder dragons, beings of immense power and wisdom. Through dark magic and technological innovation, they had bound the dragon's essence into the orb, using their connection to the primal forces of storm and sky to keep the city aloft. But the dragons weren't dead, merely trapped in a state of eternal dreaming. Their pain had been growing over centuries, building toward a breaking point that would shake Etherspire from the sky. "We have to free them," Aldrich said, but even as he spoke the words, he knew it wouldn't be simple. The Order would never allow it. The city's very existence depended on the orb's power. Nyx's expression was grim. "If we break the binding wrongly, the city falls. Thousands die. But if we do nothing," she gestured to the increasingly erratic weather patterns around Etherspire, where storms gathered with unnatural intensity. What followed was a desperate race against time. By day, Aldrich maintained his role as the orb's new guardian, learning its secrets while trying to avoid detection by his increasingly suspicious masters. By night, he and Nyx worked to understand the complex magical bindings that held the dragons. They found an unexpected ally in Aldrich's grandmother, retired Guardian Emerita Lyra Windweaver, who had long harbored her own doubts about the orb. "There's another way," she revealed, showing them ancient scrolls hidden away in the family vault. The original architects considered a different approach, a harmony with the sky itself, working with the natural flows of magic rather than imprisoning them. But the Order of Celestial Mages had chosen power over harmony, dragons' souls over uncertainty. Now, centuries later, their choice threatened everything. The crisis came sooner than expected. During a routine maintenance ceremony, one of the dragon's consciousness broke through the orb's constraints, sending pulses of chaos through Etherspire's magical grid. As storm clouds gathered and lightning split the sky, the city began to lose altitude. The Order rushed to reinforce the binding, not understanding that their efforts only caused more pain, more instability. In the chaos, Aldrich made his choice. With Nyx's knowledge of dragon lore and his grandmother's guidance, he attempted something unprecedented, not breaking the binding, but transforming it. Standing before the orb, his hands placed on its stormy surface, Aldrich opened his mind to the dragon's consciousness. The pain was overwhelming, centuries of torture and rage threatening to burn away his sanity. But he persisted, offering something the original architects never had: partnership instead of imprisonment, harmony instead of control. Nyx's voice cut through his agony, speaking ancient words of power that resonated with the dragon's own magic. Around them, Lyra led other sympathetic mages in a ritual that would reshape Etherspire's fundamental structure, preparing it for a different kind of power. The orb shattered. For one heart-stopping moment, Etherspire began to fall. But then, from the fragments of the broken orb, 5 shapes emerged, dragons of storm and lightning, their forms semi-transparent like living clouds. They circled the falling city, their wings made of thunder, and their eyes filled not with vengeance, but with something like hope. A new pact was formed that day. The dragons, freed from their prison, but choosing to remain, became true guardians of Etherspire. The city was transformed, its crystal spires now flowing with living storm magic, freely given rather than forcibly taken. New chambers were built where dragons could manifest and rest, and the winds between the towers sang with their ancient songs. The Order of Celestial Mages became the Order of Storm Harmonists, with Aldrich and Nyx as its first joint leaders. Together, they taught a new way of working with magic, one based on respect and balance, rather than dominion and control. Visitors to Etherspire today speak in wonder of the storm dragons that dance between its towers, their forms shifting between solid and cloud, their presence a reminder of the power of choosing harmony over power, and of the courage it takes to challenge centuries of comfortable lies for the sake of what is right. Story 5. In the heart of the crystal forest, where ancient trees bore crystalline fruit that chimed in the wind like ethereal bells, Lyrial Dawnstar stood before the mother crystal with growing dread. The massive formation, tall as a cathedral spire and gleaming with internal light, had maintained the magical barrier between realms for 10,000 years. Now, hairline fractures spread across its surface like a web of prophecy, each crack releasing whispers of power into the twilight air. The last elven guardian pressed her palm against the crystal's surface, and its song resonated through her bones, no longer the harmonious melody she had known since childhood, but a discordant chorus that spoke of imminent collapse. The barrier between worlds was failing, and with it, the delicate balance that had kept peace in the realms since the Great Sundering. How long? Asked Elder Moonweaver, her ancient eyes reflecting the crystal's dying light. Months, perhaps weeks, Lyriel answered, her voice barely a whisper. The degradation is accelerating. The truth lay hidden in the ancient scrolls kept in the heart of the forest. The crystal barrier had never been meant to last eternally. Its power came from the harmony between all races, a harmony shattered by the Bloodstone War that had driven the Dwarven kingdoms into exile centuries ago. With heavy heart but determined spirit, Lyriel embarked on a journey that no guardian had attempted in 500 years. She traveled to the Iron Mountains, where the exiled Dwarven clans had carved new kingdoms from the unyielding stone. The journey was treacherous, not just for the physical dangers, but for the weight of history and hatred that lay between their peoples. In the mountain halls, she found not the savage warmongers of elven legend, but a proud people struggling with their own bitter legacy. And among them was Thorgr Deepforge, a prince in exile from his own kind for daring to question the ancient hatred that had driven their peoples apart. Their first meeting was tense, sword and spell held at ready, centuries of mistrust standing between them like a wall of ice. But when Lyriel revealed the truth about the failing barrier, she saw something unexpected in Thorgr's eyes: recognition. "The crystals in our deepest minds are shattering," he said, lowering his warhammer. "Our seers speak of shadows gathering in the void between worlds. But there's more, isn't there? Something you haven't yet said." Lyriel nodded grimly. "Your clan, they're not just mining the mountains. They're deliberately weakening the barrier, aren't they?" The truth emerged like ore from stone. A faction within Thorgr's clan, led by his own brother, believed that destroying the barrier would release an ancient power, one that could restore the Dwarven kingdoms to their former glory. They didn't understand that such power would consume both their peoples, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. "Show me," Thorgr demanded, and so Lyriel led him through ancient elven ways to the heart of the crystal forest. The mother crystal's song pierced him deeply. He was more sensitive to its magic than either of them had expected, perhaps because of his bloodline's connection to the earth's deep powers. As they studied the crystal's fractures, a pattern emerged that neither had seen alone. The barrier wasn't simply failing, it was being systematically unmade, the work of centuries of careful manipulation. The Bloodstone War itself had been orchestrated by powers that wanted the barrier weakened, using the hatred between their peoples as a tool. But revelation came at a price. Thorgr's brother, Grimfist, had followed them with his most loyal warriors. The attack came at twilight, when the crystal's light was at its weakest. What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations, elf and dwarf fighting side by side to protect the very barrier their ancestors had warred over. Lyriel's magic wove with Thorgr's earthcraft in ways the ancient texts had only hinted at. The crystals around them resonated with their combined power, creating harmonies that hadn't been heard since before the Sundering. But it wasn't enough. Grimfist's forces had brought ancient artifacts of destruction, tools created specifically to shatter the barrier's foundations. In a moment of desperate inspiration, Lyriel realized what the ancient texts had truly meant about harmony between races. The barrier couldn't be maintained by force or separate powers working in parallel, it required true unity. She offered her hand to Thorgr, and with it, a part of her own essence. The prince in exile understood. Taking her hand, he added his deep connection to stone and earth, to her mastery of crystal and light. Their combined power flowed into the mother crystal, not fighting its transformation, but guiding it into a new configuration. The barrier didn't need to be rigid, and unchanging it could be flexible, adaptive, drawing strength from the very differences between their peoples. The crystal's song changed, becoming something entirely new. Grimfist's weapons, designed to fight the old magic, had no effect on this evolved harmony. The would-be usurpers found themselves facing not just physical opponents, but the very power they had sought to control. In the aftermath, as dawn painted the crystal trees in rainbow light, Thorgr and Lyriel faced the consequences of their choices. The barrier was stabilized, but changed forever. Instead of a rigid separation between realms, it had become a living bridge, one that required continued cooperation between their peoples to maintain. The crystal forest itself was transformed. Where once it had been the exclusive domain of the elven guardians, now dwarven crystalsmiths worked alongside elven mages, their combined knowledge creating wonders neither could have achieved alone. Thorgr remained as an ambassador between the peoples, though some whispered there were other reasons for his continued presence in the forest. Years later, visitors to the Crystal Forest would speak in wonder of the harmonies they heard in the wind songs that combined the deep resonance of dwarven halls with the airy melodies of elven music. And at the heart of the forest, the mother crystal stood stronger than ever, its light now containing veins of deep earthen power that twined with ancient elven magic, like lovers' hands clasped in eternal dance. Lyriel and Thorgr's story became more than just a tale of saved realms and thwarted plots. It became a symbol of how ancient hatreds could be transformed through understanding, and how the mightiest magics often came not from power imposed, but from harmony freely chosen. Story 6. The Crystal Forest whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Lyrian moved silently between the translucent trees, their crystalline branches chiming softly in the pre-dawn breeze. The young elf's footsteps left no trace on the glittering ground as she followed the pull of ancient magic that had awakened her from her reverie. Above, Eldera's twin moons hung low in the sky, Silvermere and Goldcrest their light, creating dancing rainbows through the crystal canopy. Her journey led her to a clearing she had never seen before, though she had wandered these woods for over a century. At its center stood a weathered stone arch, its surface covered in runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Beneath it, half buried in the crystal-strewn earth, lay an ancient scroll case made of a metal she didn't recognize. The scroll within told of a terrible truth. When Eldera's twin moons achieved perfect alignment, an event due to occur in mere months, an ancient barrier between the realm of the living and the dead would weaken. The scroll spoke of the Guardians, a forgotten order of elven mystics who had maintained this barrier for millennia. Lyrian's blood ran cold as she realized why the magic had called to her. She was the last descendant of these forgotten protectors. Her contemplation was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps, unusual in the typically silent forest. A figure emerged from the crystal shadows, broad-shouldered, beard braided with silver and gems, eyes sharp as cut diamonds. A dwarf this far into elven lands? The crystal song grows urgent, the dwarf said by way of greeting. I am Thorgr, master of the Star Forge. The ancient crystals spoke of one who would need my aid. Lyrian's initial suspicion gave way to recognition. The Star Forge, the legendary dwarven workshop where crystal and metal were combined in ways that defied natural law. If the barrier between worlds needed to be reinforced, such skills might prove essential. But they were not alone in their knowledge of the coming crisis. The Shadow Cult, a secret society that had long sought to tear down the barriers between worlds, had also read the signs. Led by the mysterious Twilight Seer, they believed that merging the realms of living and dead would grant them immortality and unlimited power. As Lirian and Thorgr journeyed toward the Eternal Mountains, where the barrier was anchored to the physical world, they began to understand the true scope of their task. The original barrier had been created through the combined efforts of elven crystal magic and dwarven forgecraft, a collaboration lost to history when the two races had grown apart. Their path was fraught with danger. Shadow cultists ambushed them in the Whispering Valley, their wraith steel blades hungry for blood. Ancient guardians in long-forgotten temples tested their wisdom and resolve. But most challenging were the ghosts of their own people's prejudices, the whispered doubts about trusting age-old rivals. In a ruined temple high in the mountains, they discovered an unsettling truth. The barrier between worlds wasn't just a shield, it was a prison. The first elves and the elder dwarves had worked together to bind an entity of immense power, a being that had sought to rule both the living and the dead. The Shadow Cult didn't just want to break down the barrier. They intended to free this ancient evil and bind it to their will. The final confrontation came as the moons approached their convergence. The Shadow Cult had gathered in the Chamber of Twilight, and vast cavern where the barrier between worlds was thinnest. The Twilight Seer stood before an altar of black crystal, chanting in a language that made reality itself shudder. Lirian's inherited guardian magic resonated with the ancient wards, while Thorgr's mastery of crystal forging allowed him to repair and strengthen the weakening barrier. But as they worked to reinforce the ancient spells, a terrible choice revealed itself. The barrier could be sealed permanently, but doing so would require a sacrifice, the complete severing of their connection to their respective magical heritage. Lirian would lose her guardian powers, Thorgr his ability to work with living crystal. Everything that made them special among their people would be lost. The twin moons reached perfect alignment overhead. The barrier between worlds grew tissue thin. The Shadow Cult's chanting reached a fever pitch. In that moment, as reality itself hung in the balance, Lirian and Thorgr made their choice. The sacrifice was made, but not as the ancient magic expected. Instead of giving up their individual powers, they chose to bind them together, creating something entirely new. Elven crystal magic and dwarven forge craft merged into a single force, stronger than either alone. The barrier was not just repaired, but transformed. No longer a simple wall between worlds, it became a living thing, a membrane that could flex and adapt, powered by the combined strength of two people's magic. The Shadow Cult's ritual backfired, their dark power absorbed and transformed by the new barrier. In the years that followed, the crystal forest changed. The trees began to grow with veins of metal running through their crystalline branches, singing songs that both elves and dwarves could hear. The Star Forge reopened, now a place where both races worked together to create wonders that neither could achieve alone. And if sometimes, on clear nights when the twin moons rode high, travelers would see an elf and a dwarf sitting together beneath the crystal trees, sharing tales of how ancient rivalries had been transformed into friendship, well, that was perhaps the greatest magic of all. Story 7. The Dragon's Veil was dying. Where once mighty worms had soared between emerald peaks, now only withered grass and gray skies remained. Grimhald Stonefist stood at the valley's edge, his dwarven eyes taking in the devastating transformation. The legendary home of dragons, a place that had inspired a for millennia, now seemed as lifeless as the deepest minds of his people. The Council of the Ancient Stones had sent him here after the first signs appeared when the very rock began to cry out in pain, when the precious gems in the deepest mines turned dull and lifeless. None had expected to find the veil in such a state of decay. A shadow passed overhead, massive, yet somehow diminished. Etherwing, the last of the great dragons, circled once before landing before Grimhald. The ancient creature's scales, once said to shine like polished silver, were now dulled to the color of old ash. Its eyes, however, still burned with the wisdom of ages. So the dragon rumbled. The children of stone finally remembered this place. Grimhald stood his ground, though every instinct screamed at him to flee or fight. His warhammer, Mountain Heart, hung heavy at his side. The earth itself speaks of this valley's pain. The council seeks answers. Answers? Etherwing's laugh was like distant thunder. Perhaps you should ask your ancestors about the curse they laid upon this land. The revelation struck Grimhald like a physical blow. In all the ancient records, there had been no mention of a dwarven curse upon the dragon's veil. Yet as Etherwing spoke of times long past, the truth emerged like ore from stone. Centuries ago, when elves and dwarves had been allies, 3 sacred artifacts had been created to maintain the balance of magic throughout the realms. Each of the elven clans, the Silvermist, the Dawncrown, and the Night Whisper, had been entrusted with one of these treasures. But when the alliance shattered, the artifacts were hidden away, their power sealed by ancient magics. Your ancestor, Grimhald Oathmaker, created the curse in his rage, Etherwing explained. He believed the elves had betrayed your people, and so he bound the veil's magic to the artifacts. As long as they remain sealed away, this land will continue to die. The quest before him became clear. He would need to retrieve all 3 artifacts from the elven clans. Yet these were the same clans that had broken faith with the dwarves, who now guarded their territories with both magic and steel. Grimhald's journey took him first to the mist-shrouded forests of the Silvermist Elves. Their artifact, the Dawn Chalice, was said to hold the morning's first light. He expected hostility, but found instead a people haunted by ancient regrets. Their leader, Lady Moonweaver, spoke of how the breaking of the alliance had wounded both peoples. In the crystal spires of the Dawncrown clan, Grimhald faced his greatest challenge. The Sunfire Crown, second of the artifacts, was protected by magical wards that would kill any dwarf who touched it. Yet here, too, he found unexpected aid. Young Prince Solarian, seeing the truth in Grimhald's quest, helped him bypass the wards using ancient magic that predated the sundering of their peoples. The final artifact, the Twilight Harp, lay in the shadow-wrapped citadel of the Night Whisper clan. Here, Grimhald discovered the darkest truth of all. The breaking of the alliance had not been the elf's choice, but a tragedy orchestrated by his own ancestor. Grimhald Oathmaker, driven mad by visions of betrayal sent by dark forces, had struck the first blow that shattered the peace. The curse upon the dragon's veil was not just an act of vengeance, it was the final strike in a plan centuries in the making. Dark powers had long sought to destroy the alliance between elves, dwarves, and dragons, knowing that divided, the races would be weaker. Standing again in the dying vale, now with all 3 artifacts in his possession, Grimhald faced a choice. He could break the curse, yes, but doing so would require acknowledging his ancestors' terrible crime. The shame would fall not just on his family line, but on all dwarven kind. Etherwing watched him, ancient eyes unblinking. Some wounds must be opened anew before they can truly heal. In the end, it wasn't truly a choice at all. Grimhald placed the 3 artifacts in a triangle around him. The Dawn Chalice caught the first light of morning, the Sunfire Crown blazed with inner flame, and the Twilight Harp began to play a melody that spoke of reconciliation. I, Grimhald Stonefist, he declared, his voice echoing across the vale. Speak for my bloodline and my people. We acknowledge the wrong done by Grimhald Oathmaker. We seek not to hide from this truth, but to make right what was broken. The artifacts began to glow, their light spreading across the withered grass of the vale. Where it touched, life returned, not just restoring what was lost, but creating something new. The curse unraveled, its power transformed into healing energy that spread beyond the vale's boundaries. In the years that followed, the dragon's veil became a symbol of renewal. Elven emissaries walked again in dwarven halls, and dwarven craftsmen helped restore ancient elven cities. Young dragons, born from eggs long thought dead, soared once more between the peaks. And if travelers sometimes spoke of seeing an aged dwarf and an ancient dragon in deep conversation beneath the stars, sharing tales of redemption and renewal, well, such stories were surely worth believing in. Story 8. Time had a way of revealing its secrets in the ruins of Lunargent. Elara's fingers traced the ancient runes carved into the crumbling wall, their silvery light pulsing beneath her touch like captured starlight. The elven scribe had spent decades studying the forgotten languages of the first elves, but these symbols were different. They seemed to whisper directly into her mind, each glyph holding the weight of centuries within its curves and angles. The abandoned elven city stretched around her like a silver skeleton, its once magnificent spires now worn by time and wrapped in luminous moss. Moonlight filtered through the broken crystal domes, casting rainbow shadows across the marble floors where ancient nobles had once danced at courts of starlight. Knowledge carries its own curse, came a gravelly voice from the shadows. Elara spun, her hand instinctively reaching for the crystalline dagger at her belt. From the darkness emerged a figure that seemed more stone than flesh. Drogath, the cursed dwarven mercenary. The right side of his face was already transformed to granite, the petrification slowly claiming more of him with each passing day. The Order of the Veiled Eye approaches, he said, his living eye gleaming with urgency. They know you've found the time runes. Elara had hired Drogath as a guide and protector when her research first led her to Lunargent, never expecting to find a kindred spirit in the gruff dwarf. His curse had come from delving too deeply into forbidden ruins, much as she now risked by studying these ancient runes. The Order of the Veiled Eye, a secret society of mages dedicated to destroying any knowledge of time manipulation, had been hunting them since Elara first discovered references to the time runes in the great library of the Crystal Spire. They believed such power was too dangerous to exist, that it would inevitably lead to catastrophe. But as Elara's fingers danced across the runes, completing the sequence she had spent months deciphering, she realized the Order's fears were justified. These weren't just symbols of power, they were keys to doorways that should never be opened. The air shifted, reality rippling like water around them. Through the distortion, Elara saw something that stole her breath, a vast shadow moving between dimensions, a presence that had been waiting since the first elves sealed it away. The runes, Drogath said, his voice tight with recognition. They're not just about controlling time. They're containing something. The truth unfolded in Elara's mind as the runes pulsed with increasing urgency. The first elves hadn't created the time runes to manipulate time. They had used time itself as a prison for something they couldn't destroy. Something that was now awakening. Through the dimensional rifts that were beginning to tear through Lunargent's ruins, they caught glimpses of other timelines, versions of the world where the shadow had broken free, where both elven and dwarven civilizations had been reduced to ash and memory. We have to seal it again, Elara realized, her scholar's mind racing through possibilities. But the original ritual required hundreds of first elves. Channeling power through these runes, Drogath stepped forward, the stone portion of his face catching the runic light. Or perhaps it requires something else, a different kind of sacrifice, Understanding dawned in Elara's eyes. Drogath's curse wasn't just turning him to stone, it was transforming him into living granite, a material that could channel and store magical energy far more effectively than flesh. The Order of the Veiled, I burst into the chamber, their spelled weapons gleaming with lethal purpose. But they stopped short at the sight before them, the dimensional tears widening, the ancient shadow pressing against the barriers of reality. The runes must be destroyed, called their leader, raising a staff of black crystal. No, Elara countered, her voice carrying the weight of certainty. They must be transformed. What followed was a ritual unlike any recorded in the histories of either race. Elara's knowledge of the runes combined with Drogath's curse, using his gradual transformation into stone as a conduit for the time-binding magic. The Order's mages, recognizing the truth in Elara's words, lent their power to the working. The shadow fought back, threatening to shatter reality itself. But as Drogath's transformation accelerated, the runes began to sink into his stone flesh, becoming part of him. He was becoming more than a cursed dwarf. He was becoming a living prison, a guardian forged of stone and time and sacrifice. Elara knew what she had to do. Using the last traces of the time rune's power, she could send herself back, prevent her discovery of the runes, stop any of this from happening. But doing so would erase everything, including her friendship with Drogath, the understanding they had built between their peoples. Some prices are worth paying, Drogath said, now almost entirely stone, but for his eyes. Some friendships echo across time, even if they're never lived. With tears flowing freely, Elara began the final sequence. The runes flared one last time, and reality shifted. Time itself unwound around her, carrying her back to the moment before she first discovered the reference to the time runes in the crystal spire. She found herself standing in the library, her hand hovering over the tome that would lead her to Lunargent. But now, other memories lived alongside her original ones, memories of a timeline that would never be, of a friendship that had saved reality itself. Elara withdrew her hand from the book, letting it remain closed. But as she turned away, she caught a glimpse of a dwarf in the library's shadow, not Drogath, but perhaps someone who could become a friend, all the same. For while time could be changed, some bonds transcended its flow, weaving patterns that even the most powerful magic couldn't fully erase. Story 9. The ancient crystals sang for the first time in 1,000 years. In the eternal forests of the south, where the elven city of Summergrove rose like golden branches touching the sky, Princess Solstara felt the resonance vibrating through the heart of summer, the massive amber crystal that had powered her people's magic since the age of separation. Its song was both beautiful and terrifying, for no living elf had ever heard it before. Far to the north, in the ice-carved halls of Frosthold, Prince Frostbird stood before the winter's heart, a crystal of pure blue ice that mirrored the southern artifact. For the first time in recorded dwarven history, the crystal pulsed with an inner light, its resonance shaking loose ancient icicles from the cathedral ceiling. The twin songs marked the beginning of what the prophecies had long foretold, the time of convergence. Solstara, warrior princess of the elven realms, had spent centuries training for a war she believed would come from outside her kingdom's borders. Her golden armor, forged from sunlight and enchanted leaves, had never known defeat in the training grounds. But now, as she stood before the Council of Seasons, the threat seemed to come from within the very heart of her realm. The crystal's song speaks of completion, said Elderleaf, eldest of the council. But completion often requires sacrifice. In the frozen north, Prince Frostbird's mastery of crystal forge craft had earned him renown among his people. His workshop deep within the mountain held wonders that combined dwarven engineering with crystal magic in ways never before seen. But even his expertise couldn't explain why the winter's heart now sang with such urgency. The answer came from an unexpected source, the elementalist cult that had long dwelt in the shadowed valleys between the two kingdoms. Their leader, a figure known only as the Twilight Sage, emerged from seclusion with a revelation that shook both realms. The kingdoms of ice and fire were once one, the sage proclaimed. The throne of ice and fire sits empty, waiting for those of both bloodlines to claim their birthright. Ancient texts, long forgotten in both realms, were rediscovered. They spoke of a time before the separation, when elves and dwarves ruled together from a single throne, their powers complementing each other in perfect harmony. But a great catastrophe had torn the kingdom in two, forcing each race to retreat to the extremes of their realm. The crystal's song was a warning and a calling. The throne of ice and fire had been found by the elementalist cult, and they intended to use its power for their own ends. Only one of pure bloodline from each kingdom could safely approach the throne. Anyone else who tried would be consumed by its power. Solstara and Frostbird, though raised to view each other's races with suspicion, found themselves forced into an uneasy alliance. Their journey to the throne would take them through the Twilight Valleys, where neither eternal summer nor endless winter held sway. "Your people believe we abandoned the alliance," Frostbird said one night, as they camped beneath stars that neither of them recognized. "But our histories tell of elven betrayal." Solstara studied her companion's face in the firelight. "Perhaps both histories are wrong. Or both are right." Their journey revealed more than just forgotten history. In ancient ruins, they found murals showing elves and dwarves working together to create wonders that neither race could achieve alone. They discovered that their complementary magics, the elves' mastery of living crystal and the dwarves' expertise in crystal forgecraft, were meant to work in harmony. But the elementalist cult was always one step ahead, leaving devastation in their wake as they raced toward the throne. The cult believed that by forcing the power of the throne, they could reshape the world according to their vision, even if it meant the destruction of both kingdoms. The final confrontation came in the Chamber of Balance, a vast cathedral built into the heart of the mountain range that separated the two kingdoms. The throne of ice and fire stood at its center, a masterwork of crystal and metal that seemed to shift between burning and freezing with each heartbeat. The Twilight Sage stood before it, channeling power from corrupted crystals that threatened to shatter the ancient chamber. "The throne rejects the separation," the sage cried. "It must be forced to accept a new order." Together, Solstara and Frostbird realized the truth that their ancestors had forgotten. The throne wasn't meant to be claimed by one ruler, or even to ruling in partnership. It was meant to be a symbol of the balance between their peoples, a reminder that neither ice nor fire could exist without the other. As the chamber began to collapse around them, they approached the throne together. Solstara's sunlit armor resonated with Frostbird's ice-forged weapons, creating a harmony that echoed the crystal's song. But instead of claiming the throne, they did what their ancestors couldn't. They chose to destroy it. The release of power could have devastated both kingdoms, but their combined magic channeled it outward, using it to heal the ancient rift. The eternal summer of the south and the endless winter of the north gave way to natural seasons. The borderlands, long trapped in twilight, bloomed with new life. The elementalist cult's power was broken, their corrupted crystals cleansed by the release of the throne's energy. But more importantly, the two kingdoms discovered that they didn't need a magical throne to work together. The knowledge they had gained and the trust they had built formed a stronger foundation than any ancient artifact. In the years that followed, elves and dwarves began to rebuild their alliance. Solstara and Frostbird became the first members of a new council of balance, dedicated to maintaining harmony between the kingdoms. The heart of summer and winter's heart still sang, but now their song was one of cooperation rather than completion. For they had learned that true power lay not in ruling from a throne of legend, but in choosing to build something new together, a future that honored the past while daring to imagine something better. Story 10. Magic was dying. In the sacred grove of the Silverleaf Valley, where the ancient world tree had stood for 10,000 years, Moonshadow felt it first. The gossamer threads of destiny that she had woven since childhood were growing thinner, more fragile, like spider silk caught in a winter frost. Her slender elven fingers traced the patterns in the air, watching as the once vibrant strands of fate flickered like dying stars. The last destiny weaver of the elven realm worked tirelessly in her arboreal sanctuary, high among the crystal-spired branches of the world tree. For centuries, her kind had maintained the delicate balance of magic that flowed through the realms of both elves and dwarves. But now, something was terribly wrong. The threads are being cut, she whispered to the empty chamber, her voice trembling with the weight of revelation. Around her, the walls of living wood seemed to pulse with a fading heartbeat, the enchanted crystals that had once blazed with inner light, now dim and lifeless. Moonshadow's search for answers led her deep into the forbidden archives beneath the world tree, where ancient scrolls spoke of a time before the separation of races, when elves and dwarves had worked together to maintain the world's magic. Among the dusty tomes and forgotten prophecies, she found mentions of the earth and harmonics, mysterious currents of magic that flowed beneath the surface of the world like rivers of liquid starlight. Her journey took her to the edge of the Iron Spine Mountains, where the dwarven kingdoms had sealed themselves away centuries ago. There, in a valley of steam and grinding gears, she found him Ironheart, the exiled dwarven artificer. His workshop was a cathedral of brass and steam, where impossible machines whirred and hummed with purpose. "You're a long way from your crystal towers, Weaver," he growled, but there was more curiosity than hostility in his voice. His beard was braided with copper wire, and his eyes gleamed with the same intelligence that had made him both famous and feared among his people. Moonshadow watched as he adjusted the controls of his greatest creation, the harmonic resonator. The massive device filled half the workshop, its nested rings of gold and silver spinning in complex patterns that reminded her of her own destiny weaving. "The magic is dying," she said simply, "and I believe your machine may be the key to understanding why." Together, they discovered a terrible truth. The harmonic resonator revealed dark spots in the magical currents, places where the very essence of magic was being drained away. But worse than this was the revelation of why a conspiracy spanning both their races, led by those who believed that magic itself needed to be reset, the Null Covenant, they called themselves. Ancient families from both elven and dwarven nobility who believed that the current age of magic was coming to its natural end. They planned a ritual that would drain all existing magic from the world, believing it would trigger a rebirth, a new age of even greater power. "They're mad," Ironheart declared, his fingers dancing across the controls of his machine. "The complete removal of magic wouldn't create a rebirth, it would be apocalyptic. The world tree would die. The great forges would grow cold. Everything we've built our civilizations upon would crumble as the days grew darker." Moonshadow and Ironheart worked to gather allies. In hidden groves and secret forges, they found others who sensed the growing wrongness in the world. The rebel elven sage Starweaver brought ancient knowledge from the forbidden sections of the Crystal Library. The dwarven geomancer Deepstone offered her understanding of the Earth's magical currents. But for every ally gained, the Null Covenant's power grew stronger. Magic continued to fade. The great crystals in the elven cities began to shatter. The enchanted forges of the dwarven kingdoms sputtered and died. The final confrontation came during the convergence, a rare astronomical event when the realm's three moons aligned. In the ancient ruins of Harmony Hall, where elves and dwarves had once ruled together, the Null Covenant prepared their ritual. Moonshadow stood at the heart of the battle, her fingers weaving desperately as she tried to reinforce the failing threads of destiny. Beside her, Ironheart's harmonic resonator hummed with power, its rings spinning faster and faster as it attempted to stabilize the magical currents. "The choice is upon us," she said, watching as the ritual circle began to glow with dark purpose. "If we destroy the ritual focus, we might save magic as it exists now, but the backlash would devastate both our peoples. The elven forests would burn. The dwarven cities would collapse. Ironheart's hand found hers, rough calluses meeting smooth skin. Or we let them complete the ritual, gambling everything on the hope that they're right about magic being reborn." In that moment, as destiny itself hung by a thread, Moonshadow saw a third path. Using Ironheart's understanding of the magical currents and her own mastery of destiny weaving, they could reshape the ritual not to destroy magic, but to transform it. To weave together the separate magical traditions of elves and dwarves into something new. The price would be high. The world tree would fall. The great forges would be transformed. Magic would change fundamentally, becoming neither what it had been nor what the Null Covenant intended. But both peoples would survive. As the three moons reached perfect alignment, Moonshadow began to weave, her patterns incorporating the mechanical precision of Ironheart's devices. The harmonic resonator's rings became an extension of her will, spinning in patterns that echoed the movement of the stars themselves. The ritual exploded in light and sound, a cascade of power that reshaped the world. When the dust settled, the survivors emerged into a changed realm. The world tree had become crystalline, its branches flowing with currents of mechanical energy. The dwarven forges burned with living flame, their creations merging magic and machine in ways never before imagined. In the years that followed, elves and dwarves slowly rebuilt their civilizations around this new magic, this fusion of nature and artifice. And in a workshop high in the crystal branches of the transformed world tree, a destiny weaver and an artificer continued their work together, watching over the threads of a destiny they had helped to rewrite. For magic hadn't died that day. It had evolved, as all things must, finding new patterns in the eternal dance of creation. And in the end, that was the greatest destiny of all.